Honky, what's up, buddy? All right. What's going on, everybody? How are we doing today? I'm making a couple last minute changes here to the install. As I realized I forgot loading screen manager and the Chronal Vessel Viewer. But the Chronal Vessel Viewer, the one that's on CCAN, hasn't been updated since KSP 1.9. And I know I have a newer version in my other old Kerbal install from 1.12. But this one is apparently for 1.12.5, but it is not on CCAN. It is a manual download only. Chief, what's up, buddy? So I gotta go to downloads, and there it is, unzip. All right, so if you're not aware, Chronal Vessel Viewer is the one that allows you to do screenshots like this. It allows you to be able to do screenshots like this in the editor. All right, you can take like the blue minute printed shots. You can do the expanded shots like this, where it opens up all the fairings so you can see everything. But yeah, it's Chronal Vessel Viewer is the one that does this, but apparently it's a manual download or manual install only now. As I want to throw that in there. All right, so I'll have to do a new zip. By the way, for anybody that missed it, I'm gonna grab Discord here real quick and bring it over. If you are a Twitch subscriber, I highly recommend that you connect your account, if you have not done so already, to Discord. The instructions are here in the channel notifier, as there is a new, actually I shouldn't say new, it's old, a Twitch subscriber channel, but it would allow you to be able to download and directly install my game data folder, so you don't have to go through the whole mod installation process. Right, you can just take my game data folder, delete yours, and drop it in, and good to go. Right, and I'll be adding my craft files and everything in there as well, which is part of the reason I needed this, so I can actually take a screenshot of what it actually is. Yeah, as I said, Chronal Vessel Viewer, though, that I'm adding in is the one that allows you to do this. Right, not make the crafts themselves, but it allows you to take screenshots like this inside the game of your vessels. Right, which is very, very sweet. I just realized these are angled in. Why are they towed in? On that. All right, but let's get this going. So how is everybody today? It is Halloween. You know, I looked for the one Halloween costume I used a long time ago, where basically it's a green screen hood, right? So if I put on the hood and then put on sunglasses and a hat, or I don't even need to use a hat, just the sunglasses, it looks like it's a pair of floating sunglasses because of the chroma key. It works with the chroma key, right? So I would literally be invisible, right? I mean, you would still see my shirt, but my face would be invisible, right? If I wear sunglasses, right? All you see is the sunglasses. So it looks like I'm an invisible man, which is pretty cool, but I couldn't find it. I don't know what I did with it. But yeah, as I said, I did it a few years ago, or several years ago now, and it works pretty good for the stream, right? You literally look like the invisible man. But I could not find it for the life of me. What the hell I did with that thing. I hope you guys are well. Actually, you know what? Once I last minute thought, it might be in my sock drawer for some reason. One moment. right, I'm back. I think this is it. It is. All right, give me 2 seconds. Oh, yep, I'm muted. Sorry. Damn it. Mic is in the way. And I can't see with this hood on as well. And I keep fogging up my glasses. This thing is being a pain in the butt. Why do I still have this thing, actually? Oh, I don't need that. Right. I need a different shirt. Otherwise, you're going to see my neck. I wear a long sleeve shirt. I actually do have the chroma keyed gloves too, but it's hard to use a keyboard with them. There. So now we can do the Invisible Man for Halloween. Now you're certain Delta V's my dog? Why is that? Alright. I keep really fogging these glasses up. I might have to go find my other pair of sunglasses. Because nobody can see me. Alright, I gotta go switch shirts too. 1 second. Alright. That's better. I can't seem to find my other pair of sunglasses. I don't know what to do with them, because I only wore them for this. Alright, there we go. Alright. So, there we go. Happy Halloween. This thing is really tight. Zipper. I don't think I need it that tight. Here. Here we go. I get it to not fog up my sunglasses so much. There. Invisible Man streaming. Alright, you guys ready to Kerbal finally? Let's Kerbal. Anybody doing anything fun for Halloween? Other than being here with the Invisible Man? It doesn't look as good in this scene. Like when you have the green screen behind you, I need to put something behind me. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna add a quick image here. Or just move. I'm gonna move the pumpkin behind me. Let's see how that works. Where is it? Alright. Should we do that? Does that work? Or does it need to be moved a little bit? I'm not trying to line it up, it just so it looks like there's, you know, I'm the Invisible Man. Well, it's because if I take this off, you can see my eyeballs. Right? It only works with the glasses. Yeah, that works. That'll work for today. And the good thing is with these glasses, I can actually see both monitors. The other glasses that I used, the aviation glasses that I tried last time several years ago, I can't see one of the monitors. It doesn't work. And if I sound a little muffled, it's because I'm wearing a mask. All right, there we go. Centurion? Nah, I just turned the air conditioning down. Oh, I need to turn the air conditioning down. Other issue, though, is I can't drink or anything. Right, I won't be able to drink anything. Right, but it definitely looks better like this. Right? I do have the gloves, so I could chroma key the gloves as well, but it's hard to use the keyboard. But, yeah. See? So it can complete the Invisible Man look. I might get a little warm, we'll see. But there you go. No, I am truly the Invisible Man. Oh yeah, the gloves are not gonna work. I can barely feel the mouse. Yeah, so my sister just brought me some Halloween candy to eat with this, the Reese's Oreo cups. But I have no idea how the hell I would eat these with this, but hey. Okay, so. Oh, I need to turn on ToughX. Alright, let's warp to the morning. Gotta start him off in a distance. Oh, yes. Thank you, Onka. we go. I need one of these in green, like in chroma key green. Okay, so we need to make some money because I think the only way we're going to be able to get the science that we need, right, is we're going to need a few things. General construction being one of them. Right, and general rocketry and advanced rocketry, right? So we're gonna need $110 points of science. The only way I think we're gonna get 110 points of science is by upgrading this, right, to be able to take surface EVA surface samples. Yeah, it really does, doesn't it, MGB? With the Lynx's parallax continued and Blackrock's volumetric clouds. Yeah. Gotta get this thing stretched out over my eyeballs, right? All right, 1 second. You're gonna see my eyeballs. Okay. I haven't looked at any other planet packs. Yeah, I know they were working on converting JNSQ to use the original parallax, and then Lynx released his second parallax, and which was going to cause the team to start over. And I think they just like, yeah, nope, we're out. All right. So now we need money. Let's go see how many more survey contracts there are. Yeah, we could take this one, but we can't fly this far. Badlands is on the opposite side of the planet from here. I mean, we have bases because I did install Kerbal, so we do have bases around the planet. Problem is they're not open, and it costs money to open them. Oh, that's right. We were going to auto-complete this one because we did everything except splash down because it's not really that possible. All right, let's do that. What's the cheat screen again? F12? Nope. F11? Nope. F10? Nope. What's the cheat screen again? Anyone? Anyone? I don't remember how to open the cheat screen. Oh, F12. Yes, thank you. I was waiting for somebody to say Control F4. Yeah, the rear science result in Kerman's Mountains. Yeah, we did do that. We actually landed in the mountains and we did this other than the fact of being splashed down. Okay, so I'm going to complete that so that we get it. And I still don't know what this other one is. Like, for target scanning around Kerbal, I don't know what experiment that is. right, let's take the service. It's above 19,400 meters. That's not happening. Above 16,900. That's also not happening. Well, crap. Oh, part testing. Stroke shoot in flight. This one we can do. Alright, let's take that one. Test this decoupler splash down at Kerbal. Test it at the launch site. And that we can do. Splashdown's a possibility. I'm gonna hold on that one though. IG suborbital trajectory, that's not really feasible. Alright, let's do our ground test first. Now this target scanning, I don't know what that is. Alright, test the TTK 38K radial decoupler at the launch site. So we have an engine test stand. Let's open that up. Pull the engine off. Alright, let's find which one this is. The TT38K. There it is. We'll attach that there and let's run our test. The turret occurs dock. Okay, I have that docking camera. Okay. So we'll put that on the vehicle and go from there. And this is really hot. Like, oh my god, this is so hot. Alright, well, I guess the test, there's no run test button, so I guess it's just activate it. Yep. Contract complete. Yeah, you can thank spammers for spamming the hell out of the channel with unwanted links. Mostly bots, but you know what I mean. So yeah, everything's got to go to Discord. Right, or send it to Onka. And I'm pointing and you can't even see my hands. Alright, let's load up our science truck. We're at 30 parts, so something's got to come off. I'm going to take these off so we have extra 2 parts. Alright, so I have the booster cam, the GSI radio mount camera, the nav cam. Thought that might have been, or the moon cam. We have cameras all over the place. All right, what does this say? docking cam. I don't know which one the docking cam is. Somewhere else in here. Now, what does it mean by docking camera? I have a booster cam. I have a nav cam. I have a moon cam. Basic whole camera. Oh, no, I'm thinking there. We can look at the text tree real quick. I don't think I have something called specifically docking. I have a mod called docking cam installed. And maybe grabbing it, and I think it may be a utility. It just adds to a docking port, but it's not actually a part. You know what I mean? Where do we even get docking ports? What node are docking ports in? Oh, there it is. I'm pretty sure it's just something that gets added to the docking ports. But it's not an actual part. So we're going to have to just cancel that contract. Oops, I canceled the wrong one. That's the one I wanted to cancel. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Alright, so that's what that is tied to. Okay, let's take a look here. Alright, in flight below 19,000 meters, that one we can do. Yeah, target scanning is the one we want to skip. Like, material study can be done, but the target scanning cannot be done. These would work. We could do these if we could fly far enough. These are really far away. Yeah. The problem with Kerbal is that we have all those bases, but none of them are open. We have to pay to open them all. Unless I use the Kerbal constructs to just open them. Alright, well, we got some contracts. Let's do those. What's up, Natsmore? How you doing today? Happy Halloween, by the way. Did I mention this is really hot? I'm gonna have to take these off because I'm having a really hard time using the mouse and the keyboard with these on. Alright, so I'm just gonna have an invisible head. I mentioned this is really hot. It's hotter than I was thinking it was. And I can't take a drink with it. Right. But you guys like the Invisible Man idea? Now, I used this once several years ago and I completely forgot about it. Because it only works on stream. Right? Because you need the chroma key to make it work. Otherwise, you're just walking around a green hood. And you can see the shadow of some of the stuff in it. I need a lower light. Okay. What's next? Alright, so before I do that, I want to do this. Oh, wow. It really doesn't like doing that screenshot. Alright, let me take a look at it. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, that'll work for now. Alright, so that way I can start exporting these craft files into Discord and actually have an image of what it actually looks like. And the mod that does that is Chronal Vessel Viewer. It is a manual download only for 1.12.5. Alright, so now we need to modify this for our test. We need a part, because we're at 30. I'm going to lose the goo. Right, as we need to test. Oh, that's the one I ditched. That's the one. Oh, crap. Okay. That's the one I accidentally canceled. Let's go see if we have another part testing mission then. God, that's one I accidentally canceled. The only other one is to test the decoupler splashdown. Technically, I guess we could do that. Even though I'm not sure we'd actually make that much money off of it. Yeah, let's take it. Alright, let's go do our survey mission then. We'll do our survey and then we'll do the splashdown test. Alright, Val. Let's go fly. Alright, I need to take a drink. Oh, what a pain in the butt. Just to be able to take a drink. This thing is so tight. Gotta unzip it to take a drink. Ugh. Yep, now that's scary. Yes, I know. Gotta tuck those under there? Yes, I know. There. There. Okay, and loosening the zipper up, I can breathe a little bit easier. It's not so compressed on my face. What's up, Spotchius? How you doing today, buddy? Alright, let's get our atmospheric autopilot set. Good to go. Alright, Val's got to raise our seat up. Alright, engine start. Alright, navigation. Alright, Val, you are cleared for takeoff. So we're 10 degrees up on the nav ball. I guess we're slightly above, okay. The HUD doesn't seem to be quite as accurate. Spotches, yeah, dude. This is all because of Lynx and Blackrack. Lynx for all the terrain stuff, and Blackrack for the water scatterer and the clouds. Wait till you see a storm. It is stunning. Ah, Scientic, I know, right? Coming around a heading of 220. As we continue to climb. Yeah, spot chest, that I think I saw that video was crazy. See what the crew has to wear inside of that plane? Because of the turbulence? But yeah, this makes flying so much more immersive. Alright, we're a little over 15 kilometers out. Around 8 kilometers that'll allow us to take the data that we need. I'm going to drop our nose down, let our speed come up. Alright, we're 10 kilometers out from the waypoint. And we just entered the area, so we can get our experiment now. And there we go, contract complete. 13 grand. Alright, so now we can bring it home. Go ahead and start our descent. Alright, so what are you guys working on today? Anybody going trick-or-treating with their kids or anything? I don't think I'm gonna be able to wear this the whole stream. It's getting more uncomfortable by the moment. RG coming in hot. Hey RG, what's going on, buddy? How we doing, man? Happy Halloween. MG, what else do you plan on doing in your GNSQ save? RG, you liked it? You like the Invisible Man idea? I have gloves too, but I can't use the keyboard and mouse with them. Alright, it's coming out. Oh, we forgot to do our turn in. RG, what were you doing in Kerbal today? Yeah, Scientific, I think it's a little too early. I think that they're wanting to see what kind of donations that they're going to get from it, because that's how they're going to, you know, it's going to be open, but it's going to be based on donations. All right, flaps are down. Get ourselves lined up here. It's a little steep. Can't make out the Pappy lights yet. I think we're high. We're slightly high according to Pappy. Now we're on light slope. Slightly high, but that's all right at this range. And we bounced it again. What did I break? Oh, I bounced the engine. Well, that's gonna hurt. That's really gonna hurt. I think that engine, it cost us more than the contract we just made. It's just completed. Oops. All right, so Val, yeah, don't do the that high of a landing again. All right, let's recover vessel. Let's see how much money we lost. Did we need that? Not anymore. Let's get her wet weather mod. So the answer to that would be no, but what weather mod? All right, we recovered 22 grand. How much does that plane actually cost? $23,000. Okay, so we lost 1,000. How much is that engine worth? An engine must not be worth much. $1350. Okay. We lost 1350 plus whatever, so we lost not like around 1500 credits. Not too bad. All right. I'll accept that. Now I know why on the original version of this aircraft I did this. Hope that doesn't block. All right, let's save that and let's test. Let's send build the engineer. We're not gonna fly. We're just gonna make sure that the this is not blocked. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so let's go to, yeah, so there's rain, but there's no like wind and stuff like that, if that's what you're referring to. This is, did I mention how uncomfortable this is? It's really uncomfortable. All right, engine on. Alright, not blocked. That's what we wanted to know. Polaris the Spider, now dude, KSP2 is done. It would need to be rebuilt from the ground up because it was never meant to succeed. Centurion, what do you mean? Use the throttle, reduce thrust. What are you talking about? Let's go to, yeah, it's, BlackRock's latest is you have to go through his Patreon to get it. Oh, yeah, well, I didn't mean to lose the engine. Alright, guys, this has got to go. Give me 1 second. This has got to go. Comfortable. Also stinks. Woof. There we go. Oh, man. Alright, so I won't be chroma keyed out, but damn. Ah. It's like wearing a compression wrap on your face. So my nose is being squished, you know, it's like, oh, it's hard to talk. And now I can drink my tea. This mask is better. You know, they sell whole complete chroma key suits, but they're expensive. Even this mask alone is like was like 25 bucks. Right, but they actually sell the entire suit. Maybe next year I'll buy the or at least the top part. Aye. I mentioned this thing stinks. Well, it's been in a sealed plastic bag for how many years since the last time I used this thing? I don't think I'm gonna seal the plastic bag this time. Because it's stanky. Okay. Let's get, yeah, that would be pretty cool too, something like that. The Rorschach mask. Yes, that would actually be better. Just be a floating head. But yeah, Polaris the Spider, if you're interested, Shadow Zone has a little mini documentary that talks about everything that went wrong with KSP2, and you realize that, like, they never made a good decision anywhere along the way except their sound engineer. Everyone else involved, at least in making decisions, made the worst decision possible. And it also turns out, because somebody decompiled KSP2, it's all KSP1 code. Right? It's literally just early KSP1 code, like pre 1.0 KSP code, and some other extra little bits added on top of it, and then obviously the graphics layer. But so modded KSP1 literally is KSP2. All right, so we have the other contract, which is test this decoupler while splashed down. So we got to use our probe rig. Slightly, we'll make some adjustments to it. We don't need that. I don't think we need the Science Junior either. Also doesn't need any experiments, so we can cut down the cost. Polaris, well, that's because KSP2, it reintroduced a whole lot of bugs that had already been solved with KSP1 because it was using an early KSP1 code. Even though they swore up and down, it used almost no code from KSP1. It was all KSP1 code. Yeah, and the whole, like, yeah, well, you know, the wobbly rockets are part of Kerbal's DNA.
Bullshit!
Nobody wanted wobbly rockets. All right, TD18 decoupler, where is that? All right, so that one we actually need to test once we're splashed down. So I'm gonna grab the heat shield. like that, because we actually need to test it. All right, so now we're gonna add the hammer.
Hammer time.
We still don't have anything decent for control sources, do we? Not really. No, we just gotta make sure it goes out over the water. Alright, thrust limit it down. Alright, so this is so that we can test this other decoupler, the TD18. Alright, let's send it. Well, let's go to that is true. We're all overly, you know, ambitious. Plus, they did a decent job of selling us on the fact that, hey, it's gonna be so good. Yeah, you know, and it's like the one thing the community wanted overall is...
Don't fuck it up.
And that's exactly what they did. Alright, anyway, we got a rocket to launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it! Uh-oh, I may have come over too rapidly. And I don't think I need a hammer. I could have used the smaller one. Keep that nose up. As much as we can. Come on, fuel, burn out. Uh-oh. These are both in the same action group by accident. Hey, get off me. There we go. If we didn't come too much further out here, we didn't have gone below over the horizon, and we wouldn't be able to have control of this. Shit! What'd I just say? What did I just say about going over the horizon and not having control of this? Let's go to maybe next week. It's still got to go through their internal review process to see where it's at. NG, not a whole lot. I think it's even too early to go public, to be honest. Way too early in development. Well, we're splashed down, but unfortunately we're too far away from the KSC and we're over the horizon. So I can't activate the test. So we're gonna have to do it again and hopefully not come so far away. Or, actually, you know what? There's an easier way to do this without having to do a rocket launch. All right, let's go ahead and recover this. Well, even as a preview, it's still too early. I mean, a preview to me is like a demo, and it's still too early. All right, 1 second. Delta's going crazy for some reason. Give me 1 moment. I got the culprit. Look at you. She gives the best hugs. Did I mention that? Come here. What's up? What is that? Oh no? Oh, yep. I gotta put the camera back to the way I had it. Why is it so dark? Why are you so dark? I went 1 level too low. There it goes. There. Yeah, part of the reason I think they want to, as I said, is to start seeing if it brings in any money, and then they can hire more people to work on it to, you know, speed up the process. Because remember, they've only been working on it for a year. 1 year is all they've been working on KSA. Well, that's good. That is true. I forgot we have a harbor. And the harbor means that we can just put this straight in the water and we're splashed down. Harbor heliport, harbor rover spawn. Wait, I thought I could right from the harbor. Why can't I go to the harbor? Okay, fine. We'll do it the other way. I think I have to pay to unlock the harbor. Well, this has to have a node. I wish it didn't auto scale down, but all right, it's gonna look a little funny, but there it is. All right, building engineer. Go to the KSC Harvard rover spawn. And there is so much the more they could have done even with KSP1. They kept the same dev team on. I mean, an aircraft expansion of some sort. Boats. I mean, look how many people built boats. You know, and submarines and everything else. Polaris, they weren't allowed to work on KSP2. In fact, they were kept in the dark that KSP2 is even happening. Really? Hold on, it's because I didn't. Maybe I should have hit run test instead of just actually activating it. Yeah, that's what I just realized. I'm a little rusty with some things, Kerbal. Oh, don't hit the buildings. Yeet! Oh, there is no run test. Polaris, yeah, the big, it's primarily from the top decision makers almost all the way down. All right, so maybe I just got to actually stage it instead of hitting decouple. Because we're on Kerbin, we're splashed down. There it goes. Yep, I had to activate it via the staging menu. And not just hit decouple. There we go. We actually do have a boat spawn out here. Where is it? Right there. Do I get it on? I should just be able to click it, right? There should be a boat spawn out here for Kerbal constructs. All right, let's recover. But yeah, but Polaris now with mods, KSP1 looks better than KSP2 ever did. I mean, if we look at some of the screenshots we did the other day. I mean, look at this. This is bonkers. This is a screenshot from KSP1. Yeah, even with running restock, they do. All right, what other contracts do we have? That's right, a material study in space. All right, that we can do. Nope, not that one. Just our straight science rocket. Even though we got to be careful flying this thing up. Right, we don't have fairings yet, so this thing is very unaerodynamic. It generates a lot of drag at the front of the rocket. Centurion, the control viewer continued that's in CCAN is from 1.9. The 1.12.5 version is not on CCAN. I was looking for it this morning. It's a manual download from GitHub. I think the 1.9 version will work because my other install Kerbal of 1.12.1, it has the 1.9 version and it works. Maki, yeah, I know. I could finagle it. That is. Yep, it just needed a beanie cap. Yeah, it just needed a beanie cap. All right, that should help. Except we're 2 parts over our part limit with that. All right, I don't think we need a mystery goo. In fact, we probably don't need any of this other stuff on there. I was just leaving it on there because it's convenient. This has to get launched. Oh, I could actually. You know what? Hold on. Put those back on. Because that had enough tanks to go to high altitude. We don't have to go to high orbit with this. Sure, why not? Okay, there we go. Centurion, it depends on which one you do. There's like 6 different tweak scales now. Tweak scale rescaled is the one you want. Polaris, you missed me slapping a beanie cap on the Stay Putnik to make it a little bit more aerodynamic. And because this rocket's really difficult to control with the Stay Putnik on top. And I can't put in a fairing because...
We don't have fairings.
Right, they're not unlocked yet. Okay, so we're doing a... we need the Science Junior from... data from space around Kerbal, which is low orbit altitude, right? But above 70 kilometers, obviously. All right, so here we go. Throttle this bad boy up. And in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it for science. Alright, throttling down. I'm trying to stay underneath 2 Gs of acceleration. The only control we have is engine gibble. Oh, it's still... Oh, nope, there it goes. Can I bring it back? Nope, she's lost. Yep, adding the nose cone did not help. Yep, it's a goner. I keep forgetting to set kaboom. Yeah, I forgot to set kaboom, so we don't have it. On the flip side, it means I can still recover part of it. really any science to be had. I can at least recover this part and get a little bit of money back. But yeah, we need to set Kaboom. Look at that rocket go. It is sailing. Let's get it. Yeah, we were only accelerating at like 1.3 Gs. Any lower and we're gonna stop stop climbing. It's also because I was trying to turn the rocket after we're already going too fast. Alright, we're gonna cover that, get some money back, and we need to set up Kaboom. Let's get her. Well, you have to remember how much drag is at the front of the rocket with that probe core. And if you introduce too much angle of attack, it doesn't matter how big the fins are. It's irrelevant. Because you now have the entire side of the rocket generating lift on one side and drag on the other. Alright, let's warp to the next morning while Kerbal's conducting investigation to find out why the rocket went topsy-turvy. Which we kind of know the answer to. Oh, there's like a boom delay? That's pretty cool. I don't have to turn it on? I thought I had to turn Kaboom on. But all I'm doing is setting the delay, so I guess I could have hit backspace and blew the rocket up. Well, now we know. Alright, let's try it again. But this time, I need to get the rocket turned immediately. And then just let it go straight up. Remember, there's no guidance. Right, and the only control I have is manual control over the engine gimbal. That's it. There's no reaction wheels or any of that. Fuel flow wouldn't matter either. It's from me turning the rocket too much, introducing too high of an angle of attack at too high a speed on a vehicle that is already inherently unstable. Range is hot. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it. There we go. That's enough of a turn. It might be too much because I have to keep throttling down. Oh, the rocket is wanting to lose it already. It's wanting to flip on its own. Nope, no, 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 nope, 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 nope. Come on. Bring it back, bring it back. I needed more engine gimbal, more engine gimbal. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. Nope, there it goes. Oh, it is not kabooming. Alright, we're gonna call that a test. That's right, I think I have to do this. Oh, not that. This. To get it to go kaboom. Yep, there it is. And I only set things that could go kaboom that can actually go kaboom, but there is another fix for this. We're gonna spin stabilize the rocket. Just like that. Except now, instead of I won't have any control over it. Yeah, but not when you're introducing that much angle of attack. If you introduce that much angle of attack, it does not matter where the mass is. You're flipping out of control. Alright, now we're just gonna go full send the whole way. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, full send. And it's still one to flip, even spin stabilized. Alright, I had to throttle way down because we're accelerating way too fast. If you see re-entry heating on ascent, you're going too fast. Alright, we're good. We don't need to go any higher. It doesn't matter if it flips out of control now. We're still going to space. And we're there. Alright. Let's conduct that. Alright, collect that data. Separate it, and parachutes are active. Had to get a screenshot. Gonna be a rough re-entry though. It's because it's so steep. This is very low mass though, so it'll slow down rapidly. You know what I mean? Look at that. 6 Gs, 7, 8 Gs. And of course, we're landing in the mountains. Oh, I'm gonna have to reset the, I'm gonna have to pull a chute. Glad I still had comms. That was the booster. I probably should have unarmed one of those. Because, of course, we're coming down on the side of a mountain. You know, if I had kept the burn, let the engine burn all the way out, we would have gone a higher altitude, so Kerbal would have rotated further underneath us, and we'd be coming down over there. Yeah, we're not gonna survive this.
Why do I always land in the flippin' mountains when I play stock KSP?
There's something still going down. Whatever it is, it's out of range to flip to it, but I can hear something still going down the mountain. Something survived going down the mountain. All right. Back to the Space Center. Look at the bright side. It's not nighttime. Yeah, but I have to... All right, let's warp to the next morning and, crap. We're not making any money. Let's see what other contracts we can do here. Above, too high. Above, too high. Above, too high. Just the Juno basic jet engine at the launch site. That we can do. Yeah, target scanning can't do. Material study I could do, but I can't do the other ones because it's target scanning, which we can't do. All right. Ow. That was loud. There was thunder going off as I hit the button to go inside. Let's do it this way. These are huge though, man. Actually, if we're gonna do it that way, I don't need this engine. Yeah, I do. Never mind. Because the only other engine I have is the Valiant. That's gonna put a whole lot of spin on that rocket. And we'll do a full run on the engine this time. And then we should pass over the mountains. Well, technically, Kerbal will rotate underneath us. Not quite gonna go full send, though. Alright, range is hot. Here we go. Before that storm gets here. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it! See the lightning going off? Oops. You see the lightning going off? I might have been a little too close to KSC for doing a launch. Alright, we are high enough up now to go full send. Because we want to get over those mountains. That storm cloud looks brutal from here. Alright, there we go. Oops, I do want that one. Almost hit kaboom. Alright, collected that data, and we can separate from the vehicle. Parachutes are armed. There we go. That's much better trajectory. We're gonna be splashing down in the water off the west coast of Kerbal. Or what is this continent? What is the name? I think it's called Cafrica or something. The Cafrican continent. Now there's their booster stage. Holy crap, 9.5 Gs. Well, almost 9 Gs. True, Onka, but I just let it ride. I said we just needed to, because last time we cut off the engine once we were high enough in altitude. This time I let it burn all the way out, so that way we spent more time in space, allowing the planet to rotate underneath us. I don't have control anymore, so it doesn't matter. I lowered these to 600 meters. I may have to even pop it all the way down to 400. Nice and empty out here. There's literally no land in sight. Anybody know where Point Nemo is on Kerbal? Does Kerbal even have a Point Nemo? Well, I mean, obviously it might be called something else, but obviously it has to have something that's similar to Point Nemo. If you're not aware, Point Nemo for us on Earth is the point furthest from any landmass. It's out in the Pacific Ocean somewhere. All right, recover that. I did bring back .2 science. Yay! And that did complete that contract. All right, hold that thought. This guy's got to go punch the bladder reset button, and I'll be right back. right, I'm back. I brought food too, so that's why I was gone longer. I brought back some leftover pasta, meatballs, and meat sauce from yesterday. Okay. That's right, we gotta test the Juno. That's easy enough to do. We don't even need to put it on a test stand because we're using it on our jet. We're gonna put Bill in it since he's the engineer. He can test the engine without flying. Alright, brakes. Alright, engine's on. Contract is complete. Alright, so we can shut down the engine and recover the vehicle. Bill's the first one, I think, that got a multi-missions ribbon for awarded for 5 or more missions. I think he's the first Kerbal to actually get that. Alright, so we have no active contracts. Let's go see what else we got. I wish we could do some of these, but we cannot fly far enough for those. And perform experiments around KSC. We keep getting this target scanning, which we cannot do. As it's not an actual experiment. Alright, gather from Kerbal's ice shelf. Well, splashdown, that's going to be really difficult. I don't even know if that's possible. Is there anywhere you can actually splash down on the ice shelf? And with the climate study. Alright, part testing. This one we can do. Ruggedized, the TR1L25 ruggedized heavy duty wheel at launch site. That one we can do. Let's take that. Alright, test the hammer. Too specific with these test parameters. Right, firing it between 200 and 400 meters a second at an altitude of 29,000 to 35,000 meters. Can't fly that high with an airplane. Not like we could put that on the plane we have anyway. And then these are all high altitude high altitude surveys, which you cannot do either. First missions we obviously cannot do yet. Well, craptastic. The whole point of getting these extra contract packs was to get more contracts. We have more contracts and almost none of them can we actually do. At least not this early on. Well, we can do our wheel test. In fact, I think these are the wheels we already have on our little grounded vehicle. Yep, TR1L25, TR1L25 ruggedized. Yep, that's what we need. All right, Bob the scientist is going to fill in for Bill the engineer so that we can run this test. We need like over 200 grand more. All right, where's the run test button? Where's the run test button? Am I blind? Okay, we're meeting the parameters, obviously, but it's saying, you know, test it. There's no test button.
There's no test button. We have a contract to test this wheel. Normally, if it's not a something you can deploy or whatever it is, usually end up with a test button in here. But there is no test button. As you can see, there's nothing in here that says test. The only thing I can do is blow it up. And I can activate the motor, deactivate the motor, reverse it, disable steering, re-enable steering, nothing. Now motors don't work. I mean, the motors work, but it's not activating the contract because there's no actual test button. I wonder if it's an oversight in the part itself. It just says that the launch site is all it says. All right, well, let's drive over to the launch pad. It just says launch site, which should be the entire KSC. Is it checked? Yes, it is. I need to make that smaller, don't I? One moment. See? Yeah, Kerbal is checked. Launch site is checked. It just says test it, and there's no run test button. Now I'll revert to the hangar. Let's take a look. Nope. Okay, yeah, I always forget. I know you can. I always forget. But I don't think it'll make a difference. I think it's something that's missing from the part config. Yeah, there's nothing in here but toggles. You can try toggle motor. Which does nothing. I think it's something missing from the part config itself. Chief, what's that, buddy? I think there's a line missing from the part from the configuration for the part itself in the mod. Yeah, it does nothing. Chief, that wouldn't be a starter jet. Because you'd have to have a pretty decent, I mean, you... like, we're what phase of career? Because that is not a starter jet. If it's got 4 engines, it's not a starter jet. Because you won't have the part count to be able to do it. So, be more specific. I understand that, Chief. Problem is part count, right? So you're going to have upgraded both the spaceplane hangar and the runway to accommodate that airplane. That to me that signifies that's, you know, not exactly a starter plane. You know what I mean? Because now you're up to something like this. Right, you're up to something like this. And obviously, instead of having the engines back here, you would just have them under the wings. Which for this plane, it would have to do some adjustments because it'll move the center of mass. But it'd be easy enough to modify like this design as a idea. Right, and then instead of having the rear cabin, you just have a couple of science juniors and you attach your other stuff on there. Is that kind of pointing in the right direction? You wouldn't need the max. What is the upgrade? What's the upgrade give you? Part limit on the first upgrade, because you'd have to have at least the first upgrade, but you'd also need to upgrade the runway, because I don't think it would be able to handle the mass. What's the mass limit of the runway? 18 tons is a maybe. Is a maybe. But yeah, you'd have to do at least the first level upgrade of the spaceplane hangar, no matter at bare minimum, because that plane's going to exceed 30 parts. Right, any plane that's going to have 4 engines is going to exceed 30 parts. The range will be, it depend. But depending on how you build the airplane and what altitude it cruises at. To give you an idea, this plane, this thing has a cruise time of about an hour and a half, really. It's about an hour when you're climbing up, but once you're at altitude, it stays there for quite a while. But even this with only one Juno, and this is an early science plane. Right? This is like the earliest science plane. Right? And this has a flight time of well over an hour. Probably because you're not flying very fast. Right? Let me swap over to my sandbox real fast. Chief, its range is about 250 kilometers on that plane. And it can go up to about 8,000 meters. 6 to 7 is probably better. Now, if you want to see where the other 4 engine is, it's not the exact same aircraft as that screenshot, but it's close enough. In fact, it's got a longer fuselage, but it has less fuel. Because the other one has extended fuel tanks in the wings. This one has 1 extra crew cabin, though. Alright, but if we take off with this, you'll get an idea. Right now it says we have a flight time of 46 minutes, but that's at this altitude and this throttle setting, and at this speed. But we're still accelerating, right? And we're climbing. All right, I'll use fizz warp to get us up faster. It's still not going to go super high altitude. You're still going to be limited around between 6,000 and 8,000 meters altitude. All right, we've stopped accelerating. I got to drop the nose some. This thing can get up to about Mach 0.9. And the altitude will go up a little bit as it burns off fuel. And it's about an hour and a half of flight time. And you're flying at over 250 meters a second. All right, so you're talking close to 1,000-kilometer range. Easily. And as your speed continues to climb and you continue to climb in altitude, it'll become more and more efficient. No, not with Junos. You can't go supersonic with Junos. Technically, you kind of sort of can, but they don't go into like super cruise or runaway thrust mode or whatever you want to call it. You can with Weasleys if you have the right air intake. Like Weasleys with the supersonic air intake, they can super cruise. As I said, you can take something like this. You can add more fuel to the wings like I did with this one. Right? You can't add too much more mass though. Add too much more mass and your speed and drag is going to go up. And it'll offset it. You can add a little bit more fuel. I think, if I remember, this is on Kerbal X. And I have the specifics of this airplane on Kerbal X. And if you wanted to turn it into a science plane, and just turn one of these crew cabins into a pair of Science Juniors. With this airplane, are you going for like a specific look? It can be done, but the wings will have to move. Because these are low mount wings. If I put the engines underneath, they're going to be on the ground. Right? If we go back to the hangar. Oh, okay, that sucks. All right, well, I guess not. But yeah, with this plane, the wings would have to move. Right? In order to be able to have ground clearance, especially if you want to be able to land in the wild. Like as a science plane, are you looking to land it like out in the wild, like not on a runway but in the terrain? And if you do, having the engines under the wings is a bad idea. But if you wanted an advanced science plane with the engines under the wings with Weasleys, there you go. Right, with the extra high mount wing, the engines can be underneath the wing. And because I'm using the Weasleys and not the Behemoth engines or whatever the hell they're called. Right, there's plenty of ground clearance. Ah, okay, Chief. Well, see, the thing is that if you're like looking like an airline style where it's a bottom mount wing and then bottom mounted engines, you're landing on a runway. Like full stop, you're landing on a runway. If you try to land out in the wild, you're gonna lose the engines and likely the wing that they're attached to. Like this plane was purposely designed to be able to land in the wild, so the engines are way high. Right, this one is really meant to land on a runway, but you can land it out in the wild because the engines are up here. But if I were to do this the other way, then these engines, when in the wing box, like fuel tanks, would have to go up top. Basically, you'd have to convert it so that this is a top mount engine. But then you have nothing to mount the landing gear to, right? You're gonna have to come up with something else to mount the landing gear to. Because there's not going to be anything here for him to mount to. Now, you know why military transport airplanes have top mount wings, right? And with high mounted engines? It's to keep them out of debris. Right? If they have to land on, you know, a damaged runway or, you know, somewhere there's a lot of FOD. Right, where airline engines, it's more about making sure that they're easy access for maintenance and everything else. But that is the primary reason why military transport aircraft have the wings mounted high, is so the engines are much higher up, so they're less likely to suck in debris. Does that at least kind of answer your question? So it really depends on what you want to use it for. Right? If you want science from out in the world, on the ground, you're going to want the engines not close to the ground. Alright. I gotta sneeze. Alright, so I didn't just have to sneeze once, I had to sneeze a whole bunch of times. Okay. Alright. That's not what I wanted to do. Or that. How do I close this? supposed to use Alt F10. Interesting. Good to know that's there, though. All right. We've went through all this process, so I'm going to call this complete, that we actually did that contract. Because I'm pretty sure it's on the part that there's just nothing on the part. It's a modded part. I think there's a line missing from the config file to allow it to be able to run a test, right? There's no parameter for it. And these are all high altitude surveys, which we cannot do. We can test the thumper at the launch site. That we can do. This doesn't expire for 31 days? It's too long. I'm getting hiccups. I'm just having a bad day. The sneezes gave me hiccups. Okay. Don't you hate it when sneezes give you hiccups? So, Thumper, we need our engine test stand from the spaceplane hangar. Why is this not the root part? All right, let's get rid of that. All right, we don't actually have launch clamps, right? So, we're gonna thrust limit this down to 1 and go down to the smallest amount of cell of fuel that we can do. All right, we're gonna modify it like that so it looks a little bit more of a workhorse. All right, throw this out on the launch pad. And Let's run our test. Man, this looks so good out here. Contract complete. Oh, yeah, that's right. We force completed it. Never mind. That was the other one from the wheel. All right, here we go. Range is hot. Commencing engine test in 3, 2, 1. Activating. It's just gonna make a whole. Oh, it's gonna make a whole lot of smoke. All right, contract complete. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, going to fizz warp to burn through the fuel. Because we have it minimum thrust settings, because if it was any higher, this thing would go. Because it's not attached to the ground. Because we don't have the launch clamps yet. We just gotta let it run out of fuel. I'm still tempted to install Alpha Mensei's launch pads. I probably could have gone higher than 1%. I mean, 2% would have burned through this fuel twice as fast, right? And you can only go down to 1/10 on the amount of fuel. It's almost done. All right, it has run its course. Contract complete. Let's recover. But yeah, Chief, just so you aware, I do a lot of bound mount wings in Kerbal just because it's the only way to attach landing gear. It's kind of difficult to attach landing gear any other way without doing something weird. Especially with the stock landing gear, because you can't make them taller. Alright, let's warp a day. In fact, let's warp 2. No, let's make it 3. We'll go to day 20. Some of those contracts should have refreshed by now. Exception to this one, because it's still got 28 days left. I don't know why this had a 30-day emission parameter. It's ridiculous. Well, this one doesn't expire for 85 days. This one still has 5 more days to go before we'll get another one. 27 days over there. Climate study of Kerbal, 63 days before that expires. So we're not going to get any new field research surveys. Above, this one expires in 5 minutes. Below, take it. Your Manly's Whim, take that one. In flight above, that one expires in 15 minutes. This one expires in 3 days. Alright, so we have one survey contract we can do. I'd like to have multiple survey you know what? Let's time warp let's time warp one more day and see what the other dude by then or actually we only need to go an hour. Let's time warp an hour. Okay, so now... Oh, wow. They just disappeared. It didn't refresh. They just disappeared. This one has another 2 days. Deadline's 4 years out, so we're good to go. Alright, let's time warp a couple... Let's time warp until... that other contract goes away. Oh, look at the rain pouring down. Above, above, above. Come on. Above. Ah! They're all above. We need lower. We need low. We need low altitude missions. That's right. It gets it. Well, we get the one. We're going to go fly in the rain. You guys want to fly in the rain? I want to fly in the rain. Jeb wants to go fly in the rain. Well, Cheap, you could also integrate the engines into the wing route. Even if it's low mount, you could put the engines there. They wouldn't be under the wings like an airliner, but they'd be integrated into the wing. At the wing route, anyway. Alright, double checking. Alright, we are cleared for takeoff. Let's roll. Let's get navigation set. Alright, coming left to a heading of 037. It's like even as good as DCS with the rain coming down the canopy. We got 27 kilometers to fly. All right, Jeb, I hope you're instrument rated because you're about to lose visualization. Come up out of the cloud. Man, seriously though, those clouds look so good. Water. I get that Tough X profile in there too. All right, about 15 kilometers out. And technically, I could make this higher performance. We have the part count. I could have added 2 engines instead of 1. The only issue is you fly so fast, you know, with extended, you know, with landing gear that you can't retract. It just seems silly to me. Right, so once we actually have retractable landing gear, we'll probably revisit this and we'll do kind of what I was telling Chief about, integrating the engines into the wing roots and actually adding, well, by then we'll have upgraded the spaceplane hangar as well. So we'll have a higher part count. So we'll be able to add more fuel, be able to fly further, faster, higher. Alright, we should be entering Manly's Whim momentarily. There we are, we're in range. Alright, survey contract complete. I think we've gotten the full suite out of Grasslands of Science, but we have not gotten it out of the Highlands. Alright, so Jeb's gonna circle around. We're gonna see if we can't find the Highlands. Should be, I think this area is Highlands. If not, we may have to fly back towards the mountain range. Set navigation for the KSC. I need to set a waypoint. I need to drive out with the rover and set a waypoint for approach vector. The KSC. We need to drive out a few kilometers and set an actual approach waypoint into Kerbal. Yeah, we're over Grasslands now. And we have a moonrise. we have Jeb decided to doing a barrel roll. An aileron roll, rather. So we're looking for the Highlands biome. To see if we can't get some more science while we're out here. Should be coming up over here. We may actually have to land in the grasslands though and then roll up technically into the Highlands. We'll see. Alright, but there's Highlands right here. I'm slowing our speed down on purpose. I can go into 2x Fizz Warp. We don't have auto strike unlocked yet, so I can't go above 2x Fizz Warp. Alright, I'm going flaps down. Killing the Fizz Warp. And we are in the Highlands. And we're gonna land it right out here. Alright, set the brakes. Alright, partial material study, crew report we have. Temperature and atmosphere pressure, I guess we already have. One mystery goo. Alright, so I guess we have some of it. Close these doors. Alright, Jeb, can you give me an EVA report, please? Thank you. Alright, now. Take off. Oh, doggy. Come on, stabilize. Atmospheric autopilot is very unhappy. Atmospheric autopilot does not like taking off in weird parameters. it goes. I don't know what, I think taking off from the wilderness is more of a butt clencher than landing in the wilderness. I can't believe we're actually airborne at 38 meters a second. All right, 22 kilometers out from the KSC proper. As I said, we need to take the rover out and drive out several kilometers off the east end of the runway and give ourselves a an approach. Alright, flaps are coming down. Alright, starting our turn in. The taxiway looks more inviting to land on than the actual runway does right now because we haven't upgraded the runway yet. Alright, Pappy lights say we're slightly high. Oh, I landed. No wonder. I landed in time warp. That was a time warp landing.
Holy shit.
And we didn't die. I forgot to kill time warp. I was wondering, I was like, man, why does this feel so sensitive? Well, now I know. We landed in time warp. Alright, let's go ahead and pick up the plane. Yeah, Scientific, it felt speedy. All right, brought back 1.2 science. Back up to 8.1. We have 246 grand. We need 451. All our survey contracts are high altitude, which is not going to help us. Part testing. Lots of parts to test. Test the KS-51 landing gear at launch site. That we can do. Take that contract. Test the asymmetric landing gear on a suborbital trajectory over Kerbal. That's not going to happen. Test the LT-45, LVT-45 swivel. Splash down at Kerbal. We can do that. Test the Rovemax Model S2 at the launch site. Alright, I can do that too. Test the TD-25 decoupler in flight over Kerbal. What are the parameters? That's a maybe. I see Miss Ragu at Badlands, Tundra, Northern Ice Shelf. These are all possible, just not with our current airplane. Our current airplane cannot fly that far. Nor can I give it enough fuel within the part count parameters to go that far. Right, I'd have to spend 225 grand to upgrade this, which would negate trying to do this to get science. One other contract I wanted to go ahead and grab in here while we're here is Orbit Kerbal. We're gonna have to do it sooner than later. Alright, I'm gonna grab that. And let's get a probe into orbit. I'm gonna grab that because I can do both at once. Now return it safely home. That's... yeah, we can do it. We can do it. It just won't be pretty. Alright, easy contracts first. What do we got? Test the KS-51 landing gear at the launch site. What is the KS-51 landing gear? Definitely not those. Ah, it's that one. We don't actually have this unlocked. It's further up the tech tree, so don't get too excited. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the test rig. Throw it out on the runway, run the test, get some money. So do you guys still get Halloween candy? Anybody? Anybody still get Halloween candy? See? That was a run test button. I have a feeling on that other one there's no run test button or run test parameters in its config. Alright, that's one contract complete. Recover. I still can't believe I landed that plane in 2x Fizz warp. Bad idea. All right. Test the Rove Max Model S2 at the launch site. What is... Isn't that the, probe core? Oh no, it's a wheel. It's that guy. Darn, I should have both of these at once. I should have done both of those at once. Ah well, we live and learn, right? And run test. Contract complete. And recover. And 20% science start. Block. Oh, no sound effects. Block. There, that's better. All right, test the swivel engine. Splash down at Kerbal. Wait, go back out. I gotta see if there's a way to unlock, if we have to unlock something to be able to launch from the harbor. Go from the tracking station, maybe? Wait, there's a survey contract for below altitude. I gotta do that one. I didn't do it from the main menu. It's been a while since I've used Kerbal constructs. I think I gotta do it from in here. Maybe. Where's it get me to the list? There we go. Yeah, Sea Harbor Water. There we go. Oh, it only cost me 5,000 funds. Blank. Now, if I wanted to. Harbor Water. There we go. Now we are cooking with Crisco. Get rid of that. Alright, this is so it floats. Alright, KSC Harbor Water. Here we go. It's either this or put it in the back of the rover and drive it into the water again. Needed more ballast. But that's okay. We're meeting the parameters. And all I gotta do is run test. And we can recover that vessel. And yes, we'll be making boats. At some point. Alright, it's another 13 grand. We're up to 300 grand. We're about 150 grand away. But we're also going to need additional funds in order to be able to stay alive. Well, that's right. There was a survey contract, low altitude survey contract in here. Report below. Take it. We'll keep an eye out on those. Anything happen here with the field research? Not yet. Still 26 days before this resets to something else. Yep. Can't do those. Can't do anything to flights because we don't have anything to carry a passenger yet. Okay. Orbit. Right? Yep, situation, orbit. Uncrewed as well, okay. Let's grab our science rocket. Those. Get rid of that. That engine gimbal. I don't like this engine gimbals. No, it does not. I have to have an engine that gimbals. That one gimbal's pretty good. Give it a little bit more delta V. Maki, yeah, we don't have shit yet, dude. Are you kidding? We got nothing. be so difficult to control. And we're exceeding part count. And it's not even enough energy to get to orbit. Well, yeah, not to orbit. We're gonna very quickly exceed the mass of the launch pad. Right. Orbital Rocket 1, OR1. Maybe? That's a big maybe. I need to tune the other stages, though. Bring them all down to about 1.5 in Atmo. I still don't think there's enough Delta V to make it. Especially being this weird. Yeah, what the hell? Let's try it. All right. Range is hot. Let's do this. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it. Nope, it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. I have no control. We're gonna call that a simulation and just say it. Shit. That's more. It's not. We need money to be able to unlock stuff to be able to get more science. Right? We need to be able to upgrade this to be able to get service samples. We need 450 grand. We're at 308 grand. I can't get any contracts really to spawn well. And the other issue is we really need to go to orbit, but to go to orbit, we need really need general rocketry and advanced rocketry. And we're trying to cheese it through running other contracts, but they keep giving us contracts that we don't have the technology to be able to do yet. Right? Like surveys above 19,000 meters. Well, that's going to be really difficult with a rocket that we can't control. We have no control unless I put a Kerbal on the rocket, which I've been trying to avoid. Now we can go do this other survey contract, I guess. I was hoping to be able to do multiple of these at once, but they keep giving us high altitude survey contracts. I was going to try to go to orbit, but unless I put Kerbal in it, it's not going to happen. I don't think, because trying to launch the Sputnik without a fairing is all bad. And I'm trying not to spend any money on anything else so that we can upgrade the other thing. We really painted ourselves in the corner with the 20% science. Let me tell you. All right, Val is going to take this flight. I would not recommend 20% science from it, even if you're running modded. If you're running stock, it'll be even worse. Alright, Val's in the seat. Raising her up, activating the hit-ups display. There we go. Engine start. Alright. Activate navigation. Clear for takeoff. We gotta do that rover drive as well, because we need to go put a beacon out, a waypoint, an approach waypoint. All right, coming to left to heading 020. It's 26 kilometers out. That's what, no, I know, that's what I would normally do. But because we're using the stock tech tree, right, and I'm trying to minimize part mods, and with only 20% science.
Doggy.
Right, if I had some like sounding rockets, then yes, it'd be much easier to send them in the direction that I wanted to be able to do the higher altitude science like that. But it's not really feasible. I'd have to do them manned. I'd have to do them with a crewed rocket to be able to have control. And it just doesn't feel right. I like the Kerbal Start Tech Tree a lot. That's the one that's like my go-to. And I debated about using the Kerbal Start Tech Tree. And I was trying to keep this as vanilla as I could, and I still end up with a massive mod list. Even without hardly any part mods. I mean, we have less than 5 part mods, but we still have a massive mod list from just the quality of life and utility mods. Alright, we are now in range. Alright, contract is complete. We can head on back. And that's what you, dude, I...
Don't I know it?
That's what, before I got back to this, you really, I had reinstalled and uninstalled Kerbal at least 3 times, right? Because I'd start, okay, what is the minimum amount of mods I can go with? Right? And then I'd start adding too many mods, and I would just uninstall, delete the game, delete, and then start over again and do it again. I'm like, dude. So I compromised. This is my minimum install. I do have another one that is like
Mods equals yes.
with Kerbal Start, a 1/4 real scale. I wasn't even sure about going back to stock scale, man. I really like 1/4 real scale. The only reason I went to stock scale is I want to be able to do space planes. You can't do space planes, really. You can't. With 1/4 real scale. Alright, flaps down. Coming around into turn. Uncrobal start would have made this start a lot simpler. Even with the 20% science. Because I think with Uncrobal start, you also get fairings early on. I'm always coming in one light too high on the Pappy lights. Keep bouncing it. It's funny, we have a dirt runway, but we have paved taxiways. Alright, let's go ahead and recover. All right, Valentina got a multiple contracts ribbon. Well, thanks for saying so, Napsmar. Makes me feel to make me feel a little bit better. All right, we can take the pug splash down at Kerbal. That test we can do. Yeah, that's not really feasible. It's also not really feasible yet. Nope, that's definitely not feasible. There should be something to be able to lock these so that you're not seeing the high altitude flight parameters until you can go to that altitude. These are, we keep getting all these high altitude ones, and it's like, well, what are we going to use? All right, when do these expire? Okay, 1 day, 5 hours, 5 hours, 5 hours, 3 days, 1 day, 5 hours. Okay. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and warp to the morning. One day, still 15 minutes. All right, 1 second. Let's time warp another day. And let's check. Oh, it gave us 2 high altitude ones. One expires in 26 minutes, the other one expires basically in 2 days. All right, let's take a look at the part testing. Yeah, test the TS6 stack separator at the launch site. We can do that test. That's the Weasley turbofan engine. That's a maybe, like a hard maybe. Only because the issue is the only way I could really test this is with tweak scale. Without tweak scale, this isn't possible. The reason being is you'd have to attach it to a really bitty tiny fuel tank. I can increase the fuel tank also with tweak scale and the air intake. We'll do it. I'll take it if it'll let us. Yep, it will. Alright, I got that. Oh, the Mark II radial mount parachute. That's... Yep, that's possible. That one finally expires in another day. That one still needs 81 days. That still needs 24 more days. Alright, so let's knock out some of these test contracts that we can do. Alright, test the pug splashdown. Simple enough. I'm not going to bother with it floating. Let's see what happens. This may be bad news bears. Oh, it's actually more stable floating this way. Interesting. All right, run test. All right, there we go. Test is complete. So you want to recover that? Yeah, but I do my best though to like not fail. Like, I mean, it is inevitable, right? But I try to minimize it as much as possible by running lots of tests, simulations, yada yada yada. All right, that's a complete contract. All right, and for me, it's like a big deal killing Kerbals. Alright, it didn't used to be when I first started playing Kerbal, I was like everybody else. You know, oh, let's make some green paste. You know, it's like, now we know where mystery goo comes from. But yeah, I tried not to turn Kerbals into mystery goo. Okay, so we need to test the Weasley turbofan engine. And we need to test the radial mount parachute. We can do both at the same time. Alright, I'm going to remove the mystery goo. Yeah, Mark II-R. Mark II-R. There it is. No run test option. So we may just have to deploy it. We'll see how it works. We'll practice it and then we'll cut the chute. That's why I'm putting it on the center of mass. One chute wouldn't be enough for this much mass anyway, but... Now for the cheesy part. Told you it's gonna be cheesy. You live for the cheese? Well, it was either make that small or make everything else big, one or the other. Easier to make that small. Alright, who's flying? Jeb's flying. We'll just call it a, you know, half scale, a half-size prototype. Right, because in engineering, you do, if anybody's not aware in engineering, a lot of times when you're looking at a prototype, you don't make a full-scale model, right? It's a lot of wasted materials, right? So a lot of times you'll do miniature models, right, or scale model versions of something. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and we do not have a test button. All right, good to know. This one does. The engine does though. I'm curious to know if this engine is going to perform differently than the Juno. All right, Jeb, you are cleared for takeoff. Chief, no, because we scaled it down. It's, recall that that's what we're talking about, doing a scale model. The Weasley is a 1.25 meter engine. The Juno is a 0.625. You know what I forgot to do in the settings? Kerbals need to be bigger. In fact, I think the Juno performs better than the Weasley. Chief, yeah, and mass. I gotta get this thing to 7,000 meters. Start a slow, lazy turn. So we don't fly too far away from the KSC. Generally speaking, I don't like using tweak skill on engines because it's almost always off one way or the other. Right? If you go smaller, they're weird. If you go bigger, they get stupid heavy or stupid powerful or both. Gonna get to 6,000 or 7,000 meters. Hilarious. He's making a left turn. I wonder what he's gonna do next. Not make a left turn? The Juno definitely performs better. Alright, I'm gonna go into 2x fizz warp here. Kind of do a big racetrack. All right, coming up on 5,300 meters altitude. There's 6,000 meters. Their speed's dropping quite a bit. I gotta drop the nose. And 6250. There's 6,500. And we need to be doing between 50 meters a second and 130 meters a second. And we got that covered. We're not moving very fast. And then we'll also be in the altitude block to test the parachute immediately after. Here's 6,800. $6,900. I'm gonna come out of Fizz Warp here at 6,950. Coming out of Fizz Warp. Yeah, the Juno actually is better than a downscaled Weasley. And there's 7,000. Alright, we ran a test. That is contract complete. Alright, and now we need to test parachute. So I am going to shut down the engine and activate the chute. Right. You've checked the box on everything there. Oh, all we had to do was haul it up. We didn't even need to activate it. We just had to have it with us. All right, well. We'll see how well this works. We'll let it drag the airplane down. It won't go to full open until 5,000 meters. And we have a ways to go. Yeah, but it's more fun to test a chute, right? This actually isn't that bad. The chute's almost big enough to actually be able to slow this thing down. Right, as a safety thing. Alright, I cut the chute away. Get this thing back under control. Now with the parachutes, like a pair of parachutes, a parachutes, a pair of chutes versus parachutes. Anyway, right at the center mass would be enough for this airplane. Actually, it'd probably bring you down below 6 meters a second, or right around it, 6-7 meters a second. Alright, let's not land with Fizz Warp on this time. Let's remember to turn Fizz Warp off. tell you though, man, the 20% science is grind is real. All right, I'm gonna kill Fizz Warp. Flaps her down. As I said, I tried bone stock with 20% and you will lock yourself. Right, I figured because we're running ScanSat mods and the D-Magic Orbital Science, it would be enough to bridge the gap. And it maybe? Maybe? Alright, Pappy says we're on glide slope. It's not aligned yet. If we landed in the water, it would be, for sure. And it's out of a mountain? Eh. Hey, Hildebrand, what's up, buddy? And it bounces every time now. Alright, let's go ahead and recover. We only went through 20 fuel. I will say, okay, so it's less thrust than a Juno, but it's significantly more fuel efficient than a Juno. When you downscale the Weasley. Just FYI. We're up to 408,000 and 9.1 science. All right, test the TS-06 stack separator at the launch site. We can do that. I probably should have gone to the test rig. It's in the hangar. I could open it there too, but that's all right. Let's open the test rig. Pull that off. Decouplers are there. TS-06. We need that one. Where'd it go? Oh, it's right there, rescaled. I don't know if I like the automatic rescaling. The auto rescale? Not a fan. What's up, Hildebrand? How you doing today, man? Happy Halloween? You missed my Halloween costume earlier. I had to take it off because it was too hot and uncomfortable. I did the Invisible Man again. Okay, yeah, I'm guessing it is. And test complete. That's all we had to do. Oh, Polaris, I can see you're one of those kind of guys. You'll fit right in then. I did not mean to go in there. All right, what do we got in here? Above, above. Below, take it. Below, take it. Part testing. Test the Mark 16 XL parachute at 10,000 to 14,000 meters. Yeah, we could do that. We'll have to rescale that parachute though. Maybe. Yeah, see, here it is to run that ruggedized heavy-duty wheel landed at Kerbal again. It says to run the test option in the parts context menu when all the conditions are met. I don't... We're going to take it, but I want to double check. Maybe we didn't have the right wheel? Exactly, because there's a few wheels that are very similar. Oh, you're not a guy? Well, well, there's no way for me to check gender via chat. Now, I don't know why, but the first thing that popped in my head was Crocodile Dundee in that bar. And, you know, the Crocodile Dundee movie. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. Alright, so for anybody that knew, I have a very adolescent sense of humor, right? So, just be aware of that. And I'm also highly sarcastic. Also, thank you everybody for all the follows. This username is greater. I like your username. And Beer Can, welcome guys. Okay, so, what were we testing again? Oh, yes. The ruggedized wheel. Well, the problem is they're all ruggedized wheels. Holy crap. All right, the TR1L. TR1L25, which is that guy. Wait, there's two of them. TRL120. All right, so there's that one. One's the vehicular wheel, one's the heavy duty. Okay, so it is certainly this one, the heavy duty. All right, TR1L 25-inch ruggedized heavy-duty wheel. Test TR1L 25-inch ruggedized heavy-duty wheel. Just, I want to be absolutely sure we have the right wheel. And we do. Okay, so now let's go out and run test. Because I'm pretty sure these are the wheels that are on our rover anyway. And run test. There it is. Maybe I just had the wrong wheel last time? Maybe I had the other 25-inch wheel? Alright, either way. All good. Alright, test complete. Moving on to the next one. Hildebrand, you put some thought into that. All right, 8,700 funds. Oh, we're up to 458. We need 451, but obviously we also want some cushion. Uh-huh. Alright, I'm gonna take that radial decoupler test that we can do here. Mm-hmm. 24 more days before we get something that doesn't have target scanning, hopefully. Alright, so we have 2 surveys that we can do. Oh, plus we have the other thing to test. Hold on. I could have looked at contracts right there. What am I thinking? I'm still a little rusty with this. Alright, so it's been a long time since I've asked this. So, roughly speaking, because how many hours do you guys, does everybody have playing KSP? Right, there's no right or wrong answer, or gloating, non-gloating, whatever it is. Right, I haven't, until this career, I haven't played hardly any Kerbal other than farting around every once in a while for like 3 years. Like, actually, like, playing for real. Right, and then obviously I stream it, so I have a stupid amount of hours in it. But I'm just curious where the community is, you know, is still sitting roughly. 2,800?
Rookie.
2243? Only 1,100 hours? Wow, super rookie. But it's crazy. Only like Kerbal can you have like 500 or 1,000 hours in it and still be a rookie. So to speak, if you know what I mean. Right? I mean, it's crazy how many hours you can put into this game. Right? And still keep learning and still be learning things. And doing new things. Yeah, most of my play time is outside of Steam. My Steam play time is over 3,000 hours. And most of my time is outside of it. So I probably have 4 times that amount. That's smart. You didn't start playing until 2020? I guess that's a better question. When did everybody start playing Kerbal? I didn't start playing until like 1.0. And in fact, I didn't have any interest in Kerbal. It kept showing up in my Steam queue. Right? Even though I said ignore it because it looked like a kid's game, like a childish kid's game. Right? But I was really bored one day, and because it showed up in my queue again, I was like, all right, what is this actually about? And I started looking at it, I'm like, all right, I'll download the demo. I stayed up all night landing on the moon. And I was like, all right, I probably should buy the game at this point. Oh yeah, you started playing way back. I didn't start playing until 1.01. And then caught up with it ridiculously fast because I started streaming it. And I started streaming it because at the time, almost no one was good at making airplanes. Like, everybody had massive misconceptions about airplanes. So when I started out, it was just all about teaching airplanes. We're gonna take a quick break to go over to the sandbox, and I'll show you what I mean. Aki, I know you were way back early. October 2017, all on Steam. Well, see, for me, I copied the game out, right, to have multiple installs. I still have multiple installs. I still have our JNSQ install running Blue Dog Design Bureau. I still have like 5 or 6 installs on this machine. Now, for those who remember, I actually, even when I started, not long after I started streaming, I also started doing KSP TV. Alright, so if anybody has not seen this airplane yet, there are no reaction wheels on this airplane. Right, I'm using a mod that actually removes reaction wheels from airplane cockpits, so it's like not even an option to turn down or off. They just don't exist. Right, I always have to clarify that because of what you're about to see if you haven't seen this before. Zeron, what's up, man? How you been, man? Light the grass on fire. Not too bad. So I originally built this airplane specifically to teach advanced aerodynamics in Kerbal Space Program. Right? As it using control surface to manipulate the center of lift. Right? Most people will tell you that this is a bad idea, and generally speaking, it is. Right? Until you actually introduce an angle of attack, in which case you'll notice it goes to completely neutral. That's why it can fly sideways and backwards. Right, and then when you actually activate the control surfaces, for example, if I were to, flaps down 30 degrees, right, it pulls the center of lift back just behind the center mass, and you actually become stable again. Same thing with the leading edge flaps. But I've made 1 or 2 airplanes in KSP. Only 1 or 2, though. 0 to 3,000 meters, go. I'd probably use actually a different... I have a different airplane I would probably actually use for something like that. Yeah, it's funny. I chose the name Rocketology, and I've probably spent more time making airplanes than flying rockets. I remember playing old school, like my first flight sims. I don't remember the F-19 stealth fighter game, which wasn't even a thing. They thought it was a thing, but it wasn't a thing. It's what eventually became, you know, they renamed it F-117 stealth fighter once it actually updated. But also playing Microsoft Flight Simulator back in it's when they really weren't flight simulators really at all. All right, contract parameters here. That's right. We got to measure the 2 flights, but we also got to test the Mark 16 parachute at over 10,000 meters. I don't know if we're gonna get up there on a Juno. That's really high to get up there on a single Juno engine. All right, where's the chute? And it's not radial mount. Not what I wanted to remove. Remove that. And that. All right, now that I'm going to scale way down. I don't like that it auto scales. All right, who's flying? Valentina it is. All right, so we have a parachute test to perform, and we also have 2 surveys. So we're going to do the 2 surveys first, right, to lose some fuel weight, fuel mass, and see if we can't climb this thing up above 10,000 meters for the parachute test. I keep forgetting about driving the damn rover out there and giving us an approach waypoint. All right, short stack. Lift the seat up. I pulled this instrument off that we need.
Insert dumbass right here.
Come on, give me a thermometer. Uh-oh. That was weird. I'm gonna say, don't tell me it's time to restart Kerbal. We need that. Okay, now let's put Val back in. Alright, let's try this one more time. Might need to install an SRB. Where are we going to install it, dude? That's the thing. We're like up against part count. Like, we need science. Right? A lot. Once again, I do not recommend anybody going the 20% science start because it's rough. Like, super rough. Alright, so we're going to fly to that navigation point first, then that one, and then we'll see if we can't climb up above 10,000 meters by that point. Looks like we're flying with wearing a dunce cap. Or yes, it would. I don't know why it's the auto mod caught dunce cap. Alright, coming left, a heading of 310 or 031 rather. It's marked as bullying. Can you see that from the moderator's channel? Is that what it is? Because I just see that it caught it. Well, that actually generates quite a bit of drag. I could have done the decoupler too. I could have just... Oh no, we're already at part count limit. Never mind. Alright, we'll go 2x time warp. We do not have auto struts unlocked yet, so I'm reluctant to go anything beyond 2x time warp. We have 27 kilometers to fly. We'll be there in about 4 minutes, 4.5 minutes. Well, half of that actually, because we're in 2x phys warp. Boy, that brace, man, is really adds some drag. All right, 19 kilometers out, a little under 3 minutes in real time. Which for us is about 90 seconds. A little under 12 kilometers out. All right, we're in the zone. Log that temperature. All right, let's go ahead and grab the other waypoint. Gonna bring the nose down some more to gain more speed. In the auto zone. In the airplane zone. Speaking of cars and airplanes, and I guess leads to flying cars, but how many of you guys have seen the Jetson 1? Literally named after, yes, the Jetsons. I mean, obviously it's kind of an expensive novelty thing at the moment, but it is really cool. Right, almost to waypoint 2. We're at waypoint 2. All right, those contracts are complete. All right, so now we just got to see how high can we get. Climbing through 7,000 meters. We have barely burned off any fuel. $7,500, but we're losing speed. You've never heard of the Jetson 1? All right, I gotta pause this real quick. Because it is a very, very cool thing. Right, it's the ultimate man toy. Well, probably woman toy too, if you like to fly. YouTube. Oh, speaking of YouTube, if you have missed the first 2 episodes of this career playthrough, there's my YouTube channel right there. All right, let's go with Jetson 1. There it is. There's only about 15-20 minutes of flight time on it, but and I think they're like 100 grand a piece or more, actually. Seriously, how cool are these, dude? How awesome would it be to have one of these? And this is still the first generation one. Hey, Scarguard, what's up, buddy? But I want one. Anybody want to buy me one? In fact, if I had one, I would stream from it every day because you would never get my unless I had to take a dump or take a nap. I wouldn't get out of the damn thing. Oh yeah, it's not for everybody. That is certainly not for everybody. Because yeah, there are a lot of people that even driving in 2D is like, whoop. It's like when I used to do skydiving. I mean, there's people that just can't do it. I mean, they literally could be a neurosurgeon, but their brain doesn't work fast enough to process everything that's going on. I guess they're just not accustomed to it. So it's not for everybody, just like skydiving's not for everybody. That is definitely not for everybody either. But I would damn sure take one. All right, we're through 8,100 meters. Our speed is still dropping. We got to keep it above 80 meters a second. And our rate of climb is really slow. We're not even climbing at 5 meters a second. We've also barely used any fuel. Well, we've used about, what, 33 units of fuel out of 150. Yeah, we're not gonna get there. Unless we burn off some more fuel. And I'm still not sure how much mass that's going to save us. Yeah, look at our speed. We're down to 85 meters a second and falling. And we made it to 8,700 meters. We have another 1,300 meters to go. And now we've fallen below the speed threshold. We just went through 80 kilometers. Alright, I'm gonna drop the nose level and let our speed come up. Or at max part count. I'd have to add at least 3 more parts. I could take away, well, I guess technically I could take away 2. Problem is, we're right up against the part count thing. I could technically do it. Maybe. It's a maybe. But I have a feeling we might be able to do it. We just got to wait until we burn off some more fuel. Right, we're still carrying, more than 2/3 of our fuel. Or I could zoom climb, get our, like right now, let our speed come up and just zoom climb it. Still have to keep it above 80 meters a second, though, is the issue. Yep, more. I know. It's always more. You know what? I'm gonna dive it back down. We're gonna Val dive it back down. Oh, I gotta come out of Fizz Warp. And then climb back up. Because that'll be the easiest way to burn off some of the fuel. Oh, we can go back to Fizz Warp now. I'm gonna try 3x Fizz Warp. You notice the plane's starting to, the parts are starting to move around now. And this thing is just too fuel efficient. I still can't get over how much Black Rack's mod has gotten better. Trying to keep us relatively close to the KSC. This thing gets up to 7,000 meters, no problem. It's just once you go beyond that, it's like, really don't want to do that. Man, look at those clouds. Climbing back through 7,000 meters. The speed's not dropping nearly as fast as it was before. Still can't get over the clouds, man. It makes the plane look like the parts for the plane look like crap. The clouds are so well done. there's 7,400 meters. I'm keeping our climb very shallow to keep our speed up higher. On the 81 units of fuel. So I've used almost half of our fuel. Speed's actually rising. So I'll raise the nose slightly. 7,800 meters. There's 8 kilometers. $8,200. On through half of our fuel. Not worried about not having enough fuel to fly back. It's more losing in mass. Still 135 meters a second. Coming up on 8,500 meters altitude. 1,500 meters to go. I've never used one of the first starter jet you start a career with this many times before. Normally we've already unlocked stuff to be able to get, unlock the next airplane. Nope, now we got to nose up enough that our speed is really starting to fall again. But we're up to 8,800 meters. $89. Our speed has to stay above 80. There's 9,000 meters. We gotta raise the nose up even more. 9,100. $9,200. Not gonna make it. Our angle of attack is getting higher and higher. And look at our speed drop. Our angle of attack is over 6 degrees. And there we go. We fell through 80 meters. And we're still 500 meters. Alright, now I'm going to bring us back around. Burn off some more fuel. Down to 61 units of fuel, so it's gonna be close. of whether or not we can actually pull it off. Let our speed come back up. And almost 1/3 fuel. It's 9,000 meters. And our speed's still climbing slightly. There's 9,100. Our rate of descent is so... Oh, I think it just dropped to 0. No, our speed's still slightly climbing. (9,200 meters. 800 meters, we're so close. Alright, we're down to a final third of fuel. So we're getting light. Further south than I thought. Keep us closer to the KSC. There's 9,300 meters. And this one's not just hauled up, we actually have to test it, so I'm assuming we have to activate it. I'm going to come out of physics warp to make sure we're not increasing any of our drag on anything. We're so close. And the 41 units of liquid fuel. Coming up on 9,500 meters. I know, it's just like, just a little bit more, come on. Like, Val, you should have gone to the bathroom before you took off. Alright, 40 units. We can easily glide back, so I'm not worried. Even if we go completely out of fuel, I'm not worried about it. There's 9,600 meters, but I gotta put the nose down slightly. See if I can't get some speed back. Nope. I have to lose a little bit of altitude. Just letting more fuel burn off to see if we can't get a little bit less mass. Come on, little plane. I have a feeling we're going to have to get down below like 20 units of fuel. We're really flying actually kind of slow for this altitude. We're doing 237 knots. Trying to get this thing back up to 130 meters a second. And then we'll try climbing again. I'll go back to 2x fizz warp. Keep it above 80 meters a second. There's 9,600. Units of fuel are we at to? 33. It's 9,700 meters. Speed's dropping faster again. Oh, it's gonna, we're gonna end up being so close. Yeah, it's gonna. There's 9,800. Yeah, we're not gonna make it. There's 80 meters a second. We're now too slow. All right, come back around. I said we're gonna be need to be just about out of fuel. We fall back to the other problem. Part count limit 30. 30 part count limit is. We have the money to upgrade the hangar to exceed the part count limit, but then the problem is we don't have enough money to be able to upgrade the R&D building, which is what we're trying to do, so that we can get more science. Without upgrading the R&D building, there's not much more science we can get. So that has to happen first. Now there is another way we could kind of think about going. We could do a vertical launch rocket plane. Right, but you'd only get one shot at it. You'd only get one shot. Or I could just put it on a rocket. I could just put it on a rocket. I was just trying to do it while we're out already doing these other contracts. All right, we're down to less than 25 fuel. All right, 5 degrees up. There's 9,700. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. There's 9,800 again. And there's 80 meters a second. We went like 30 meters high. We've gone slightly higher this time than we did last time. As I said, I don't mind running this thing completely out of fuel. But I still think we're going to be short. We're down to 18 units of fuel. We can easily glide back from this altitude. So close yet so far away, man. Yeah, next step is just put on a liquid fuel rocket and activate it. My speed come back up. We're still climbing, actually, so 13 units of fuel. This will definitely be the last attempt. We have a thunderstorm brewing below us. Units of fuel. Almost at 9,400 meters, and we're still accelerating. Very, very slightly. Almost to 10 units of fuel. Alright. Out of fizz warp. Nose up to 5 degrees. See what it gets us at this point. There's 9,600 meters. There's 97. Gotta nose up more. Alright, going to 10 degrees. There's 9,800. There's 9,900. We're gonna fall below 80 meters per second. Oh my god, dude. This is gonna be... We just hit... Oh my gosh. We fell below 80 meters per second. Less than 50 meters from our altitude requirement. We made it to 9970. Yeah, we're gonna have to put it on a rocket. We have 8 units of fuel remaining. And it's a glide back to the KSC. No. We were about 7, we fell below 80 meters a second with 70 meters left to go. Yeah, Onka Org, I just had an extra engine. I could change the because we have a couple extra tanks. I could use one of them, lose one, use the other to add another engine, and then see if I have enough part count left for an air intake. Says we don't have to take the thermometer up this time around. Yes, because of the fuselage that it's providing. It's my fuselage. The aircraft would be really out of balance without it. Maki, no, it did not make it. We were so close. We were about 70 meters off before we fell through the speed threshold. And we're gonna fly back and then modify the airplane. Coming in like the space shuttle, 20 degrees, nose down. All right, flaps down. Throttle's coming back up. Very steep approach vector for an airplane. Yeah, we got all 4 white pappy lights. And that we're too high. But we already know that. Really? You're gonna bounce? We did complete the other 2 contracts, though. Alright, we did complete the other 2 contracts. Alright, let's recover. Alright, Valentina got a 5% fuel landing ribbon. Landed for landing with less than 5% fuel remaining. Alright, so I'm gonna yank that. That gives me 3 parts. That's what I needed. Well, yes. want to bring those too far in. All right. All right, it's going to be the Bravo model. First, we'll have to ditch that stuff for afterwards. All right, Jeb. Take it out, homie. It's going to be very short range this way, though. Which is why I did not do this before. Because it makes it very short range. Chief, yes, you did. Well, as I said, you could put them in the wing route. Alright, let's do it. Alright, clear for takeoff. Yeah, 20-degree climb out. We cannot do that with one engine. And how awesome does everything look? God, man, so impressed. I still like. It's still hard to believe this is KSP 1. We're still accelerating in a 20-degree climb. Climbing through 3,000 meters. Strider? I know, right? What's up, Strider? How you been, man? Alright, I'm gonna drop the nose to a 15-degree climb so we keep accelerating. Our speed is now what I would need to be in a 15-degree dive with the single engine version to get up to. And we're passing through 5,000 meters. Like a bunch of Star Sector? What is Star Sector? I am unfamiliar. I'm gonna drop to a 10-degree climb. Speed still climbing. Jeez, we're at almost 400 knots with the non-retractable landing gear. Oh, this is easily gonna go through 10,000 meters. There's 8,000 meters. I'm just going to hold us in a 10-degree climb. $8,500 meters. There's 9,000 meters. We're still accelerating in a 10-degree climb. 9,500 meters. Now we're finally starting to lose speed. Very slowly, but we're easily going to make 10,000 meters. There's 99. There's 10,000. In fact, we're going too fast. We're going too fast for the contract parameters. Alright, I'm gonna put us back into 15-degree climbs so our speed comes down. We gotta fall below 180 meters a second. There we go. Now we're in full parameters. I almost went to hit the kaboom. All right, why is it not saying? Why is it not working? Yes, staging. Yep, I keep forgetting that. I just had to hit the stage button. Yep, we made it. Hey, Pancake, what's up, buddy? No kabooms. We don't like kabooms. Alright, that was 28 grand for that, test. Alright. Let's bring it home. Looks like a miniature radar plane with that thing on it. Knots. Mach 0.92 with extended with a fixed landing gear. Oh my god. There's 300 meters a second. There's 600 knots. Mach 0.96. Mach 0.97. Gotta love Kerbal, man. 620 knots. Nearly supersonic. That sounds a lot like X4, like X4 Foundations, which I still need to get back to. My god, dude, how awesome does that look? I mean, other than being like a top-down open world, but it's like, do you know what X4 is? It's basically like a top-down X4 is what it sounds like. I was waiting for the diplomacy update to come out, and we got sidetracked playing, because with the new DLC that came out for MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries, and I haven't gotten back to it. Alright, flaps. Oh, why are flaps going the wrong way? There we go. I have no idea what our landing speed is with this. I'm assuming it's going to be roughly the same. It's not like our mass is that different. And of course I bounce it again. All right, but we made it back and we completed that test. So now we know we have a faster, higher flying version of our science plane if should we need to use it. All right, Jeb got a multiple contracts ribbon. All right, let's warp to the morning. We have the money. We have the money. But let's take a look at our contracts. Take that one. Yeah, those are high altitude. Part testing. Oh, we still have the tested decoupler landed. We still have that one. That's the KS-51 landing gear in flight. We can take that one. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Is this one always expiring in 23 days? All right. So let's see which one of these we can do real fast before we upgrade this building. All right, to test the TT-38K radial decoupler on the ground. The reason we needed to make that money is so we can upgrade the, let's remove that. And that. The Space Center, I mean the R&D facility, so that we could do, get surface samples. To get more science, because otherwise we're kind of stuck. TT-38K. There it is. All right, let's throw this out on the runway. X4 though, man, is a game that you can spend like too many hours in. All right, and in 3, 2, 1, activating. And there we go, contract complete. Cover vessel, easy money. All right, 451 grand. I wanted to make sure we weren't broke. Still gonna be pretty tight. Hold on. What else can we do? We can do the focused atmospheric survey while also testing the KS-51 landing gear at the same time. And Strider, yes. All right, let's go back to the A model. We don't actually own this landing gear, so it is yeah, those are awful tall. And I don't know if they're going to be like being angled out like that, but we'll find out. I got to raise the wing. We can't be nose down on the landing gear. I mean, nose down on the runway. All right, these are the landing gear we need to test. All right, so this is going to be a one-off flight. And Jeb says he'll volunteer to do it. All right, so we have a survey contract, and then we just need to test these flying. We just need to be flying to run the test. So, may as well use them, right? Time for some canards. Made a mayo gummy bear?
That's just gross.
Oh, I forgot to check that, didn't I? I forgot to see where that was sitting, didn't I? Landing gear are not far enough back from the center of mass. Jeez. Really pulling the center lift back too. This plane's starting to look really silly. Oh, yep. Put a Kerbal back in there. Jeb, get back in there. Make it a tail dragger? Yeah, last resort. And Kerbal really doesn't like tail draggers, so I refrain from doing them most of the time. There we go, now we're better balanced. Oh, why are they so sensitive? Back on the runway. All right, test completed. Had to make sure we still had our science experiments because I just realized they're buried in the wing. Feels kind of silly, but all right, 39 kilometers to go get this temperature scan done. We have our landing gear test complete. That's 31 grand. That's a good buffer. Still haven't been to orbit. And that's what, yeah, pretty much. Gonna make it weird on landing too. Plus, not to mention the fact that KSP is just not good when it comes to wheels. Is the best way to put that. All right, 15 kilometers out. Master Braytac! What's going on, man? It's good evening, actually. Alright, almost in range. Oh, you mean the ones from Airplane Plus? The Airplane Plus landing gear? I do too. Alright, we're in range. Well, that is contract complete. Let's take it home. Yep, time zones. Master Bray, yeah, yes. KSP2 is.
Shit.
This thing would look a lot cleaner with retractable landing gear, but you know, full retractable landing gear. Chillin', yes. And from watching Shadow Zone's thing and what somebody said when they actually decompiled the code from KSP2, KSP2 would have never worked in the way it was going. Like, it needed to go all the way back to, let's start from concept phase again. Chillin', no, because that's too big of a moneymaker for them. Right, and it's under Rockstar, which still maintains some control. Right, where when they bought KSP, they didn't buy Squad. Right, they bought the rights to the game alone. They didn't buy the developer of it. And these clouds, dude. need a much higher throttle setting. These are generating a lot more drag. Or something. I need much more throttle. Oh, the wings are further back from the center of mass. And we bounced it again. No, we're not taking that taxiway. All right, let's recover and let's upgrade. And then we get to do the dance all around the KSC again to get service samples from everywhere. All right, 573,000, more than a comfortable margin. Upgrade to R&D facility. Right, as it now allows us to be able to collect EVA surface samples. All right, so now we can actually start to get science again, so we can get to general rocketry, general construction, and advanced rocketry, which will finally allow us to be actually start thinking about going to orbit. All right, so it's 90. We need 110 science. I don't know if it's going to allow us to get 110 science, but I think we're going to save that for another day. We'll save that for tomorrow or something. All right, so we'll call it a day here, as we've been going for 6 hours. Oh, got a lot of grinding out done today, though. All right, so later today, this episode will be uploaded to YouTube. So if you need YouTube access, you can find it there. If you've missed the first 2 episodes, you can find those up on YouTube as well, using that link there. I would like to get that over 1,000 subscribers as fast as possible, at least by, hopefully by the end of the year. We'll be able to do that. Even though I need to do more, I'll have to start doing some more YouTube specific focus. Primarily probably some of the KSP tutorials like I used to stream all the time. Do a couple of those, better late than never tutorial series, basically, right? That's right. Yeah, problem is well, I have to do it manned currently, and the only unmanned thing that we have is the Stay Putnik, and I don't have a fairing to put it in, so it's extremely difficult to get it to launch the way I want it to launch. All right, also, if anybody needs any social media stuff, there it is. Right, if you are in Discord, if you go to the KSP mods channel and hit the pinned messages, you'll see the mod list that we're using here. I completed the mod list last night. Right, and if you are a Twitch subscriber, link your Twitch account to Discord, and then go into the Twitch subscribers channel, and you can download my game data folder directly, right, and just plop it in on yours, and you don't have to go through the whole mod installation process. It's already done. Is a way to make launches interesting. Yes, indeed. Well, I'm used to doing on Kerbal start, right, where you get the cube, right, and you get fairings. So it's like you don't get big fairings, you get little ones, but you get fairings. It's one of the things the stock never made sense to me, the stock tech tree, that you learned rocket science before inventing the wheel. right? It makes me chuckle. All right, but I hope all you guys had fun today. I had a little bit of fun. I did actually have a Halloween costume on earlier today, but it was just too flippin' hot and uncomfortable for wearing for long periods of time. Certainly wouldn't have been able to wear it for 6 hours. Right, but I basically wore a face mask that is chroma keyed. Right, I'd have to adjust chroma key because the light has changed a little bit, but I was the Invisible Man. So if you missed the start of today's stream, go back and watch it if you wanted to see what the Halloween costume was. But I was actually wearing one. It just got too uncomfortable. Yeah, the chroma key invisibility. All right, also for the Twitch subscribers, I'll be taking some screenshots of the airplane that we've made so far. I'm not gonna do the rockets yet because they're just slapped together nonsense. But the airplane I'll put together as a craft file, and I'll also put that in a subscriber chat for you guys. All right, but let's see here. Who is up and running today? Who can we give some love to? Oh, they're awesome for anybody wanting the game data folder. Don't download it just yet. I've already made a couple of changes to the mod list, so I'll re-upload that tonight as well. All right, we got Ozzy doing some Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders is kind of interesting, I guess. But Ozzy's a good guy, so we're going to go hang out with Mr. Ozzy in space. And once again, if you have not already hit that... Oh, unrecognized command. Yeah, it's because I can't spell. If you have not hit... Why do I keep doing that? Great, there we go. All right, if you have not hit that follow button for me, do so now. We would greatly appreciate it. But you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great where it is, where it may be. I'll see you guys next time. Until then, here's Ozzy in space doing some Arc Raiders. Have a good night, everybody, and stay dangerous.
Standing back towards you guys. He's kind of behind me, heading towards us.
Rocket, thank you for that raid. How was KSP treating you?